Goonhammer has partnered with Legalized Mischief to present you with Colin Ward's long-form painting videos. Like and subscribe, and follow Legalized Mischief and Goonhammer for more hobby tutorials.
Hey everyone, it's Colin with Legalized Mischief Productions. Thank you for joining me and welcome. And today we're going to be doing the first part of the Yndrasta the Celestial Spear tutorial series. And for this, I'm going to do basically a walkthrough and kind of a pre-planning session. And what I do with this is on really any model, but especially on big centerpiece, important models, complicated models. What I'll do is I'll sit down and go through kind of the order of operations, what color I want to paint different things, and kind of map it out in my head. That way, when I sit down to paint the model, I'm not trying to figure it out on the fly. I'm not getting stuck on a decision and it freezes my painting. This way, I'm able to just continue. And I have a starting point. I have a basic idea of what I want to go. I don't figure out every single detail, but I do get a good sense of what colors I want to paint different things and where I want to focus. And that really, really helps. Really helps with the efficiency and with just the decision fatigue when it comes to the model. So, and I've been thinking about how I'm going to paint this model for a while, ever since I got the box. But I finally, I think, settled on how I want to do it. So if you're familiar with my Stormcasts, they are a kind of green-gray, stone green color with orange, hot orangish red weapons and glowy bits with black helmets and the silver kind of male skirt. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the palette. Ivory robes is the other part. Dirty ivory robes. That's the palette. I mean, that's really it. It's very straightforward. And that's done intentionally as like the second AOS army. They need to be efficient. So they're great. I love them. Super fun to paint. Yndrasta is a bit of a different... So like the other heroes in the box are going to follow that same recipe, that same look. They're all going to have green armor, the kind of ivory off-white robes, and black helmets. I mean, that's going to be their look. They're going to fit in with everything else. I wanted Yndrasta to stand out because she's really kind of separate from the Stormhost. Like, she's hanging out with them, but she's not of any particular Stormhost, if I remember correctly. So she wouldn't necessarily be in the exact same armor as them. And I want her to stand out. I want her to be unique. She's got the big old hero rock with the steps, so that obviously helps her stand out. My force in particular will be really only post Dominion Stormcasts. So she'll, from what I've seen, she'll probably be the tallest model in the army. I don't think the chariots are really that tall. But there won't be any like Celestin Primes or any of the old Stormcasts riding those big old beasts. So she's going to stand out just by nature of her size. But I also want her to stand out with her color scheme as well. And I went back and forth. Do I paint her like a pale gold? Do I paint her white? Which I thought would be pretty cool. Do I paint her in just the same armor and just have her look more regal by the fact that she's on this big base? She has these big white wings and do that. But one of the things that is fun to do with any color scheme is kind of look at the different volumes of color that are going to be on the model and in the scheme. So as the scheme sits now, it's majority green with a little bit of black, and then on the orange on the weapons, right? For the basic dudes. For anybody with a cloak, it's majority green. Second most is the ivory, then the weapon, then the black. Or black and the weapon are kind of tied. But regardless, black is kind of the least used color in general. It's pretty much just the helmets and the haft of the weapon on most models in the army. Green is the most common. So one of the things that's fun to do, and this is especially good for Space Marines, Eldar, things that have this really strong kind of two-color scheme, is to flip it. And I was looking at the model, I'm like, this looks really good in black armor. The black armor looks really good. And then she takes on kind of a little bit more sinister kind of huntress vibe. So kind of a black armor. I'm still with the ivory cloak, so that'll tie her in. Black parchments, hot orange on the weapons, so that'll frame that nicely. Silver, that really clean silver on all these detailings around here. Obviously her face and her hair will stand out really nicely. That silver is going to frame, but I am going to do, and I'll adjust the focus here so we can see a little bit more what I'm talking about. Would not be one of my tutorials without having to mess with the settings and the focus. Oops, that's too much. Way too much. Sorry. So here we have these, whoops. Black armor, black armor, black armor. Silver mail, silver kind of detailing here, silver detailing here, up around the head. The face, kind of hot orange coming down. I am going to paint this shoulder green. I'll do the green on that, liquid mask it off, and then airbrush the rest of the armor. Probably, and then airbrush the cloak. We'll see. Cloak might be first. We'll see. I'll have to remember how I went about doing the other Stormcast. I think I did the cloak first, and then I did the armor. But regardless, cloak will be ivory, armor will be black, kind of a blue-black, bright kind of clean silver for the metallic detailing on the weapons, black hafts on the weapons. Stairs will be the same kind of purple, blue, gray, basic stone that I'm doing on the Kill Boss on Nashtooth base. So those will be part of the same ruins. It's important to me that these two forces fit well together. So that's why I'll be using those common basing elements between the two forces. Obviously the dripping moss and stuff. Tree is going to be a very, very desaturated brownish gray, because it's obviously dead. And then zombie scroll on the back will be cool to do. But very straightforward. I don't want anything really taking away from the model itself. And of course, the stars of the show, really, and what frame the entire piece and make her just epically awesome, are these wings. And because she is in the realm of beasts fighting orcs and whatever, and she's in the swamp, I really want to go all out on these wings. And this is something that I will certainly regret from time to time, but it will pay off in the end. And that is making these wings look like raptor wings. So cream wings with the brown kind of detailing, painting on the fletching, the whole 9 yards. I haven't done it in a long time since I painted Magnus, with the fletching and everything, but when it's done well, it looks incredible. These are much, much smaller wings than Magnus, so I'm hoping that it takes a little less time. They're also smaller feathers, but I will get some reference images together. That's going to be it's going to be a whole separate deal. But I think with the dark armor, I think it's just going to frame those wings beautifully, and they're going to be these big kind of predator raptor wings on this kind of, avenging Age-old sigmar, basically. And it's just going to lend that kind of bestial element to her and to her hunt. And I think it's going to be super, super, super cool. I think it's going to look rad. So this part of the model is going to be pretty straightforward. The face will be tough. That is a small face. Reminds me of painting Sisters of Battle. Face is going to be tricky. Painting that and masking it off is going to be fine. The rest of the model is going to be fine. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to airbrush the basing. I'm going to get the blue and the gray and everything kind of worked out here. Because the overspray, I'm not going to mask the stairs. I can just paint over it. But the overspray from the model on the stairs is not going to be the end of the world. I'm not going to be able to do the stairs. I don't want to do it by hand, and I'm not going to be able to do it after the model's painted. So first things first is to get just kind of the basing of the terrain knocked out to a place where I can fix it if I need to. So basically just base coat the stairs, airbrush the ground, and airbrush the tree, call it a day. And then we'll start in on the armor. I'll probably finish Yndrasta, and then do the wings, because I'm going to want to glue those on and be done with it. But there are already shared elements between Yndrasta and her wings. So I won't lose any efficiency by just painting this model, putting it off to the side, and then tackling these wings and then gluing them on and having the final product. So that's the plan with Yndrasta. It sounds pretty straightforward because it really is. I think these basing elements are going to take a little bit longer than I anticipate. I really want to do a great job on her armor, so I want to make sure we're going to do multi-stage highlights on the armor and really nail that. Going to do the same kind of treatment on her cloak that I did on the Predators, with the splash mud and muck up on her armor, on her robe or cape there. So I think that'll look really good. That will really help tie her into the army, because while the Vindictors don't have that, most of the other models that have been previewed for the Stormcast post-Dominion, I forget the name of the shield host or whatever, most of them have those robes. So that's going to be a really unifying element to the army as well. So that'll help tie her in. The green shoulder will help tie her in. It's going to be a really nice counterpoint to the rest of the army, but it's not going to look out of place, right? It's going to fit right in, same palette, just different volumes. So that's always an option. Rather than switching colors on something or a different element in an army, switching colors can often overcomplicate an army, or just make something kind of stand out in a way that you kind of don't really want it to stand out in. By just adjusting the volumes of the scheme, you can get a very different look on a centerpiece model without disrupting the overall cohesiveness of the army. So hope you found this interesting. Hope you're looking forward to the tutorials as much as I am looking forward to painting this model. It is rad. This is a great sculpt, very powerful, very confident sculpt. Those wings are going to be the end of me, but it'll be worth it because they're going to look awesome. We're going to start putting some paint on Yndrasta, the Celestial Spear. And to do this, we're going to do, if you remember from part 1 where we laid out our plan, What I'm going to do is do a green shoulder pad, the same as the rest of the Stormcast armor. I'm going to do the cloak in that kind of cream, reddish cream color, and then mask those off, and then do black armor. I'm not going to tackle the wings today. The wings are going to be sort of their own tutorial series. There's going to be a lot that goes into the wings. So those are going to be on their own at a later date. So for now, that's what we're going to do. I'll probably airbrush the tree like before I do the black armor as well, after I do the cloak. So, and then the stone will probably be just done by hand because it's not going to take very long. So that's the plan. First things first, let's get that shoulder pad out of the way so I don't really have to worry about overspray onto the pad from the cloak. So first things first, and if you watch the other Stormcast tutorials, this is going to look really familiar. So Vallejo Model Air Panzer Dark Gray. Right over the just a little, oh, just base coat there. Just make sure it's even. That's all. Okay. Next up is Vallejo Model Air German Gray. Which is a little bit more green. These are both green, very green grays. They hit it with a little air to dry it out. And that's just holding on the airbrush without pulling back on the nozzle to just hit it with some air. So check my art, make sure I'm getting good paint, and then just concentrating on that upper portion of the shoulder there. Leaving that dark gray kind of towards the edges a little bit. And then last but not least, for now, gray RLM 02, which is Grau, which is different from gray. Very, very different. Gray, Vallejo Model Air Gray is just, gray. Gray RLM 02 is green. Very pale, desaturated green. Again, hit that with some air, kind of dry it out a little bit, and then this is just going to concentrate it just basically on that face right there to get a nice pale highlight. And remember, the back of this is going to be blocked by the wings, so we don't want a lot of light on the back there because the wings are going to block all of that. So we really just want that kind of light on that upper, if the light is coming in like this, so that upper kind of face portion there. Now for the cloak, I actually use German red brown primer as the base coat. It's actually a really nice color. Of course, covers really, really well because it's primer. So, I mean, you can use really any red brown. This is just burnt red from Vallejo Model Color is another one that's very, very similar. And, I just want to keep in mind, this is, even though Yndrasta's, a special character and kind of a centerpiece model, I still want this to be an efficient paint job. I do not want to spend 30 or 40 hours on this model. I could easily. I could spend 30 or 40 hours on the Gnash Tooth, the Kill Boss. I do not want to. So it's going to be, I'm going to try and do it, just along the lines of the other Stormcasts. It's seeing how efficiently I can get it done. But what I'm also going to do, like I talked about in the first video, is kind of just picking your spots, right? So the cloak, armor, things like that, those are going to be pretty straightforward. The basing's going to be pretty straightforward. But, blades I'm going to do the same. But because she is a centerpiece model, I am going to spend a little bit more time on her face and really get that kind of nailed. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. But it's like Sisters of Battle, man. That head is tiny, so it's going to take a second. But so the face is somewhere that we want to spend some time, and then of course the wings, because the wings really are the star of the show. And I know in the first part of this, I talked about how she was probably going to be the tallest model in the army. Then GW went and previewed dragons, so she's definitely not going to be the tallest model in the army anymore with those awesome dragons. But she will hold her own, hopefully, with the kind of raptor wings, the owl wings. So testing that out on my hand, making sure this, is Desert Armor, U.S. Desert Armor from Vallejo Model Air. It's just like a khaki color. But it goes on really nicely, really good coverage, and I had it. So that's usually how things end up making it into this piece. And I'm gonna want to make sure to just leave that red in the kind of deepest recesses. So if we turn this model upside down, we can see that red on the underside of the cloak there. And we can see it a little bit. We can see the ladder there. Kind of some of that up. I actually want to hit the corner there. So really behind her legs, really in the deep creases here, even though I'm going to touch that up a little bit. We don't want a lot of red showing through. But in those deep areas, yeah, nice. It's a nice khaki color. It's nothing too crazy. We're not getting totally out of pocket here with color, but efficiency. Even on, a model like Yndrasta, where we want her to look good, I want to cruise through this model. The wings are going to take a while. I'm not dreading them, but it's a lot of fletching, but it's going to look cool. Don't worry, I won't do them all on camera. It'll be done in kind of segments. I'll probably only do one side of, one wing on camera, and then do the other sides off camera. Okay, this is Vallejo Model Color Silver Gray, which is a really odd name for this color, because doesn't look silver or gray. It's actually like a light kind of bone color. It's darker than ivory but lighter than deck tan. It's an interesting color. It's right in between those two. If I got ivory and deck tan, you can see, so these three colors, ivory on the left, ivory's more yellow green, silver gray is more kind of khaki tan, and then deck tan is more gray khaki. So these three colors give me a really nice set of possible kind of highlight colors, bone colors. But for this, I'm going to use the silver gray. And starting from above, this is going to look pretty white on camera. But in it, you know, it's whitish. But it's definitely a cream. It's definitely a cream color. It's definitely off-white. So take that for what it's worth. But on camera, it'll definitely look white. I'm sounding like Rain Man now. Definitely Wapner. That looks good. And then now we're gonna let that dry. Fully, I'm gonna hit it with a hairbrush or hair dryer. Make sure it's fully dry, and then we'll come back and I'll show you how I mask those out for painting. First, I can airbrush the tree real quick, and then also do the harbor. If I don't airbrush the tree, it's whatever. I can paint it, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what it looks like after I mask off the cloak. We'll see what happens. So I'm gonna let this dry, and we will be right back. Okay, so first things first, what we're gonna do is get a little Tamiya tape. This is 6mm wide tape. It's the standard kind of width that I use. You can get it in down to like 2mm, 1mm. This is Vallejo, I think, but this is I don't know, 10 or 15mm or something. It's big. So I'm going to use a little bit of this and then flesh it out with the Tamiya. What's nice about this tape is that it's a lower tack than regular tape, so it doesn't adhere quite as stridently as most regular tapes do. I have a little silicone tipped kind of, sculpting tool here that I'll use to push on the tape to get it to sit down. Instead of using, you can use like a brush or whatever if you don't have those tools. Definitely don't use anything rigid. Don't use your X-Acto or something like that. Come on. Keeps getting stuck on the rocks here. Okay. Trying to get that in there, but it's not wanting to go. So I'm just cover that. Well, complete seal, especially because we're going to be going over this in black. So there's not a lot of survival for ivory going up against black. You're going to be able to tell. Sometimes some colors, it matters a little less just because the black is going to kind of influence it less. But against like ivory, obviously, you want as good a seal as you can get. Oh, did I already? Oh, I did already grab them. Okay. Another thing you could do is you can use like these tweezers here, because my fingers are pretty big, so they're not going to get. There we go. So just kind of get the tape in there, and then do like that, blocking off some of that tree, but that's not a big deal at all. Not worried about the tree, worried about the cloak. Looks like a little bit on this side here. You can also supplement with the liquid mask, which I'll show you here in a second. That's not ideal. You'd rather just do it with tape. It's an option. Fold that over. There we go.
that looks pretty good on that side. Make sure this is all sitting down over here. The Tamiya tape is better than the Vallejo tape in my opinion. It just sticks better. The Vallejo tape is kind of crap, but it's big, so it can cover large swathes of you know, vehicles and stuff like that. But then I always want to use some Tamiya to kind of keep it where it's supposed to be, instead of just relying on the, gosh darn it, come on. Instead of just relying on the Vallejo. So, and if I'm covering a little bit of the model that's going to be painted black, that's not the end of the world. Again, because it's black, I can just come back with a brush, which I will certainly have to do in some area, is just come back with a brush and just brush paint a little, you know, model color black onto that part of the model, which is not a big deal at all. That's why I use model color black instead of like an airbrush black paint. It's because it's so easy to brush on, so reliable, such good coverage. So not a big deal at all. Okay, make sure that is on there. Good, good, good. Make sure this. Kind of want that to cover. Stick that on there. Just get one last piece kind of down there on that tree. Cover that part of the cloak. And I think we're good. And now for the shoulder, since that's kind of going to be a pain to mask off with tape, and it's an important area as far as the airbrushing and everything goes, I'm just going to use liquid mask. This is Mr. Hobby. It's all the same kind of liquid mask. I like this one because it comes with the applicator, the nail polish applicator. Put this on thick. It's nice and easy to just kind of roll off. And this will start drying pretty quick too, so I'm not too worried about getting behind there, because that I can just go in with a brush later. What I really want to save is the airbrush work that's on that model. So now what we're going to do is let that liquid mask dry. And when we come back, you can hear me in the background cleaning up paints. If I'm done airbrushing with a certain paint, or I'm done using a certain paint, I always try and put it back. It's less cleanup kind of at the end. So, all right, so we're gonna let the liquid mask dry, and as it dries, it gets like a darker turquoise and more transparent. And when that's done, you just have to wait for it. There's no kind of speeding that up. So when we come back, that will be ready to go. All right, so now that that's dry, you can see the change in the kind of texture of the liquid mask. It's, you know, it's just good to kind of wait until it's fully dry there. Now just getting the Vallejo Model Color Black. This clog, of course. Put this thing down for 2 seconds. There we go. Okay. And we're just going to make sure we get the whole model. And because it just makes it look close, so down the line. lot of overspray back here, so I'm just gonna hit that with some black as well. Even though I'm confident in my taping, I don't want to linger on the cloak. And this is really just a reset for the rest of the model here. Nice big plug. Awesome. Okay. Below monocolored black. Just making sure that we're not relying on primer for any of the actual black on the armor. Okay. And let that dry. We're going to come back with the blueberry. And now that that's been cleared out, I said I was going to use a blue gray. I'm actually going to use dark sea gray, which is kind of a green gray. I think it'll complement the kind of greenish tones in the armor really nicely. Same recipe that I use for my Death Company. And so it's just a little bit different. By changing the grays that you use to highlight black, you can very subtly change how that black actually ends up looking at the end of the day. So we're going to use a blue gray or desaturated blue, dark sea blue on these pennants and stuff like that. A more traditional kind of light gray highlight on, you know, the haft here. But for the armor, we're going to use a little bit different kind of green gray. So just those little subtle changes. So we're going to concentrate on the chest area, the knee, top of the foot, top of this foot, kind of knee. So okay to get a little thigh there. This thigh plate, top of that thigh plate, top of the arms, top of the arms. And the whole thing I'm going to paint silver just to make my life easier. Top of the shoulder there, the top of the arm there. Key is to not overdo this part to where the model ends up looking gray. I think that's good. I want to stop there before, I say as I spray her ankle. I want to stop there before it gets kind of out of hand. This is good where it's at. So I'm going to leave it there. And now comes the fun part where we remove the masking and I think rather than risk getting any kind of brown onto the model, I'm just going to paint I'll just paint the tree by hand at the end. So going to use these little tweezers again to start pulling some of this off. You can see there, I'm going to need to come in with the black. That's fine. No big deal. And just kind of work from the outside in. I don't remember the order that I placed these on. But it's not really that important. The main thing is you don't want to catch paint with the tweezers because it will scrape. I'm also going to dirty up the cloak so it's not the end of the world if I catch a little paint, but obviously it's not what I aspire to. We want to try and have clean pulls here, so got that. Like you can see the ivory on the cloak there, just a little. That's just from tape and wear, and like it's fine. That will be easy. Come on. That'll be covered up by the time we come and do, you know, the splatter effects for the mud and stuff like that. So there's a cloak. Pretty good, actually. Not a lot of, not any bleeding that I can see. And it looks good against the, against the black. Pretty standard. And then this is the fun part. I'm going to take an old airbrush needle. I never throw these away. I always keep them around. They're very useful for stuff like this. So I'm going to take an old airbrush needle. I'm actually going to start at the back because that's going to be hidden. And I just hook a little bit of the mask. And then I'm twisting with my fingers to gather it on the needle. And it should twist right off. And you can see some of that liquid mask there that's not actually dry. Oh, you can't see, it's too. There's just a little bit in the recesses that's not 100% dry. That'll dry out, and I can just come and pick that out with the needle like so. Very gently. There it goes. All right. And that's the basic scheme. I think that looks good. Nice and dark how I wanted it to be. Kind of more menacing than the lighter fare of the other characters, but also tied into that overall Stormcast scheme. So when we come back, we're going to start detailing the model. Going to just kind of knock out the metallics in the armor and stuff like that. Armor is going to be pretty straightforward. And then really it's off to the races at this point. The face and the wings are going to be the parts that are really time consuming. Today what we're going to be working on is just knocking out some of the detailing on this model. There's not a ton, but there's kind of enough to, keep things interesting. Just looking at the blade here, and let's focus in a little more for this part of the tutorial. And so what you have here is, this blades are going to be the hot orange, probably this gem here, silver, the male. This is going to be kind of a black haft for the spears, just like the Vindictors. I don't want to go too far afield. We're not going to do the face today. We're going to leave that for its own tutorial, but I can do the steel and the leather and probably the haft for the weapons. And I think that's a pretty good place to be. We're not going to highlight the armor until we've done those other parts, because if I make a mistake, if it's just right on the edge of the black armor, then of course I can just come back and the edge highlight will cover that. So first things first, I'm just going to go through real quick and base coat the metallics. Burnt iron I use. I kind of, from Metal Color, I kind of fortify it, I guess, and darken it a little bit with black metal from scale 75. You could use just black metal. I don't know why feels like I made this kind of more complicated than it needed to be, but adding the black metal gives some body to the Vallejo Metal Color. I don't know. It's not 100% necessary, but it seemed like a good idea at the time for the regular Stormcast. So we're going to get in here. Do the male skirt here. And also these kind of celestial comets. lot of comet imagery in Sigmarite, I guess mythology is the right characterization there. Sun and moon on our shoulders. That's kind of cool. AOS lore doesn't make a ton of sense to me, other than it's like bonkers high mythology, origin myth, world ending type stuff, which is cool. The relationships with the gods and all that stuff is cool, but I haven't devoted time. It just doesn't make sense to me because I haven't devoted the time to like learn it, study it. But it's cool that they're doing it. I think they're doing the high mythology, civilization kind of origin level stories, which I think is rad. Good. Got that. Here's another little comment. Oh, there's where I forgot. You can see right there, I've neglected to mask properly at the top there. I am not going to worry about it. So from the front of the model, I think after the wings are on, it's not something that's ever going to come into, at least something that's ever going to come up. I will doubt I will remember that it's there. So don't have to fix every flaw if you don't want to. I think I'm going to end up being right about that I won't use. And then here, do the same thing over here. I'm going to make that little gem glow. I think that's going to be cool. A nice little touch to the hot orange. So even though it's a kind of central character, I'm going to take a lot of the same approach that I do with the Stormcast, because I want them to look visually, I want them to fit together, and I don't want Yndrasta standing apart by like how she's painted. Right? I think it's something you see people do where, okay, the basic, horde troops or whatever are going to be to one standard, and then characters are going to be to another standard. And I mean, that's certainly the case. I spend more time on, the characters from my Blood Angels army than I do my intercessors, right? Like, that's only natural. But it's not so much time, and certainly not different kind of materials, that would lead it to be, visually incongruous with the rest of the force. So I think look at that. Even just this is what I love about these AOS models. Even just that, and you're like, okay, we are, we're on our way. This is already looking pretty cool. Digging it. And now for the leather Vallejo model, or Vallejo Panzer Aces Dark Rust, any kind of red brown really will do. I really like this color, but red brown is certainly sufficient. Wow. Like black leather would have been just too much dark. So the brown leather really And it complements kind of the earth tones of the Stormcasts. More natural look. There's like a little break in her armor right here with a undersuit there. And then we also have, of course, a couple of straps. But even though she's, this sculpt is absolutely boss, it's not a wash in detail. There's not so much detail on the sculpt that it's annoying to paint. Very, very friendly to paint, which of course is intentional, right? They want the models in these starter boxes to not be intimidating to paint. They want them to be very accessible. Is that really it for the leather there? I guess so. Okay. Good stuff. So just a couple little pieces of leather. I'm going to use sepia ink, dark brown ink. You can use whatever. I do want to use the ink, though, not like a GW wash. It's just not strong enough. Brown inks tend to be kind of lighter and more red, so like a sepia ink would be good. This stuff is very, very strong. So it's going to completely cover that dark rust. And just give a really nice brown there. Really deep shadows on those, so I'm just trying to make sure not to get it on the armor. Okay. Got that. Now I'm going to get a little bit of the old Nuln oil. Just the regular, not the gloss. I like the matte effect that I get with the regular Nuln. So, nice heavy Nuln wash on all the metallics here. Yeah, so this is, there's just fewer elements on this sculpt than there are. Like the Kiloboss. Like a Space Marine Captain's harder to paint than this model, right? There's more to it, more involved. I'd say harder or not hard. That's not a great metric, but it's more involved, I think is a good way to put it, versus there are really only, armor, metal, leather, face, cloak is really, and weapons. It's just not a lot of elements. And it's why the color choices on kind of more straightforward models like this, the color choices are so important. Color placement's so important because it is so limited. You only get so much opportunity to balance a sculpt or balance a color scheme on a model with such a limited palette, such a limited real estate. Like there's just not a lot of model to fuck with. So that looks good. And then while that's drying, before the dark rust dries on the palette, I'm going to get some Vallejo Model Color Ivory. Contrast this model with the Kiloboss, and it's insane. There's so much to do on the Kiloboss. It's crazy. I'm adding ivory because I don't just want white. So you can see much lighter brown come in here. Very desaturated highlights. try and do little vertical motions there. This is going to be very limited on what I'm able to do. I just do not have the space here to do much. So it's really just communicating that this is a different texture than, or different material than the armor around it. And then beyond that, there's really not much I can do. So add in a little more ivory. Whoops. That's okay. Little lines. Try to do little lines here. Give it a little bit of texture. It's fine. A little bit of texture. Cool. But, you know, it is what it is. Oh no, I forgot a comet thing. There's a comet thing down here for your ankle. So I'll paint that with the metallic. Is there another one on the other ankle? No. You can see though, I'm going to need to hit that with a little bit of black back there. So actually while the Nuln Oil is drying, oops, what? It don't drag too hot through it though. So. While that Nuln Oil is drying, I'm going to come back and just kind of sneak in here and paint that black. It's not really going to be seen, but I just want to make sure that that armor is black and not kind of, dusty. And then I will also paint these little banners here in black, because these will be black. So always good to just kind of slap a base coat on these, and I can come back and because I've already sprayed the model with Vallejo Model Color Black, I just have to come up and clean up by the metallic portions where I did a little kind of overpaint there. Same on the haft here. And those parts are ready to be highlighted as well. By that time, the Nuln Oil should be dry, but we're going to give it another minute. And we will be right back. All right, now that Nuln Oil has dried, we're going to come out with a little bit of, oh my gosh, this is getting everywhere. Exhaust manifold Vallejo Metal Color. If you don't have any Vallejo Metal Color in your life, it's life-changing. Stuff's great. Exhaust manifold is really my go-to. I love this paint. So, excuse me. It's super silky. Flow. Now I'm just going to get the top parts of these here. A little bit of moon. That. Go ahead and just touch these individual scales in here. And we want to keep moving. We're doing true metallics. Go. The belt buckle. Just kind of the highlights, just like a little, almost like a controlled dry brush. Leading edge there. Leading edge there. Starting to look pretty good. These paints are just really, really good paint. It's just good paint. And top edge here. And we're going to come back and almost certainly have to repaint this part, so I'm not going to spend much time on it. When we do that hot orange and that gem, we're going to want to come and isolate that by repainting it. So as of right now, I'm not really interested in making sure that's perfect, because we're just going to have to do it again. But orange gem's going to look awesome, so it's worth it. Get that. Ooh, almost just stabbed the model with the loaded paintbrush. Get that. And again, this is very quick. Quick and dirty. Don't really have to overthink this part. This we want to take our time a little bit. So the top edge is here. Top edge back there. The leading edge there. Leading edge on the bottom there. And leading edge kind of on the top there. And then make sure we get that. There we go. Oops. Make sure we get that there. This, I just want to avoid the kind of sunken part in the middle. And then top part here, top edge there, top edge, top edge, top edge. Just get the whole end there, and then boom, all the way down the edge there. Top. Bring down the edge there. Bring down the edge there. Okay. Flip it around. These are also going to be, I don't know how much of this is going to be obscured by the wings. This might poke out. The wings might go out either side, and this might actually be able to be seen. So just in case, I'm going to do the same treatment that I did for the other side here. So make sure I get that center vein there. Edge. And then those kind of leading top edges there, there, and there. Boom. That looks pretty good. Pretty good. All right. And then for the little tabards there, we're just going to come in with some Vallejo model color dark sea blue. Kind of horizontal lines, focusing. I'm going to keep those runes visible, so very, very light touch. It's going to come up here as well. And then grab some of that ivory from earlier. Just need a little bit. Make it lighter. Get that outer edge. And the high points here, high points at the ends. There we go. And just make sure you get that edge there. There we go. Now it's looking like something. Okay. Skip the spot there. There we go. Easy peasy. No problem there. And then we're going to get a little bit of intermediate blue, which is the kind of more traditional blue-gray. And we're going to load up the brush with this, little thin, but just straight out of the pot. And then putting the brush pretty much just flat on its side. Putting the brush pretty much flat on its side. I'm just going to work in a side-to-side motion because I just want to get the very top of that grip that you can see there, right? You can see that grip really well now. If it's too sharp an angle, I'm just going to end up painting lines on it. So I want to get as shallow an angle as I can. And just use the side of the brush to do these highlights. Because these highlights are all, I mean, the sides of these are all super pronounced. But like anything, if you're not going in at a shallow angle, I mean, this is almost like a controlled, like a very controlled dry brush. But it's more targeted than that. And much lighter. Very, very light touch on this. There we go. Got the haft looking good. And then, yeah, I can barely see the sword here. The sword I'm just going to do by hand because it's just going to take less time. And the hand is in the way. It's a bad angle. So hatch. And then this detail like didn't even show up. So just do some lines. And then real quick, just work my way down this one as well. I think we're good. I think that's good. All right, we're going to call it there. So we got the silver metallics. Like, look at this. This crown looks awesome. Really, really good. Really happy with the silver metallics. When we come back for part 4, we're going to knock out the armor, do the highlighting on the armor, and then really it's just the face and the weapons. And Yndrasta herself will be ready to work on other things, like her base and her wings. So actually getting pretty close to finishing the Yndrasta model itself. And so far, I think she's looking pretty mean. This is going to be a real short one. We're just going to do her armor in this segment, and then in the next one we'll do the face. So, because that one's going to take a little bit of time, I think. So, first things first is doing that Panzer Gray, or German Gray, excuse me. German Gray and Ivory for the shoulder pad highlight. Now, on the regular Stormcast, I had just gone to town dry brushing them, even before doing other colors, because it's the best way. It's really the best way to highlight that efficiently. It was definitely a design choice. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a much, much smaller brush and try to do kind of a controlled dry brush to highlight, because just a straight edge highlight I don't think is going to look the same. So very light kind of green gray that you can see here. I'm going to work. This is just a trash old medium layer brush.
And then I'm just going to come in here very lightly, moving up against these edges here, and try and again, just real light here on the dry brush. Already getting some nice definition there. And then come back with a little bit more ivory. Lighten that up even more. Get most of it off the brush. Especially get this edge up here. All right. Looks pretty good. We're going to hit that with some enamels and stuff later, but I think for now, that looks pretty good. And just to show how alike these, how complementary these, the green here and the green highlight that I'm going to be doing on the black. Same base, pale blue, or excuse me, German gray for the highlight color, except for the black armor, we're going to be using a pale blue in the mix. And it's not too far from, but it's from the green that we used. As you can see there, it is more blue. For sure, it's more blue. So come here, using the side of the brush. And start highlighting. That there, middle. Eagle eyebrow. Beak. Oops. That did not follow the curvature of the beak there. Middle there. Yeah, that's looking good. Look at that. That looks nice. I'm going to move a little bit more tone it down just a touch. It's a little strong. Just tone it down just a little tiny bit. Get that in there. Okay. Top in there. A little more green there. Okay. Again, side of the brush, just get the top of the feet here. Up there. Bolts. And this is really concentrating on the lead edge here. There. That one. I'm using it towards the end of the brush, but I'm still using this side of the end of the brush. I am not going in with the tip of the brush unless I absolutely have to, because of the angle or what's this here? That's that. Okay. Not loving that. Not loving that shin highlight there. Should do that. Shin highlight's a bit much.
bit too much. So, oops. What I'm going to do is get a little black. Tiny bit of black, lots of water. Very, very thin. You can see how watery that is. It's too watery. There we go. See how watery that is? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back here and kind of shape the outside edges of this. To where it should mostly disappear. Much more toned down on that highlight there. So just mix a little bit of that black in with the highlight color just to get a nice chill color for like these inside highlights here, especially like this curvature there where I want it highlighted, but I do not want like a real strong edge on there. This shin. So I just mixed a black and the highlight color and kind of desaturated it, darkened it down. So you can see how subtle that highlight is compared to, you know, these highlights on the outside. That's what we want. So, but now I can come back, get that lighter blue-green, and keep on going with the edges here. Cut this edge. Okay. Now we're starting to look put together here. Like in this, like in the direction this is going. A little more pale blue. Okay. I want to get that was a little thick. There really isn't an edge here, so I'm kind of having to paint this on. That's fine. Well, I guess I could have done leather. Hey everyone, it's Colin with Legalized Mischief Productions. Thank you for joining me and welcome. And today we're going to be doing part 3 of Yndrasta the Celestial Spear. And today what we're going to be working on is just knocking out some of the detailing on this model. There's not a ton, but there's kind of enough to, you know, keep things interesting. Just looking at the blade here, and let's focus in a little more for this part of the tutorial. And so what you have here is, you know, this blades are going to be the hot orange, probably this gem here, silver, the male. This is going to be kind of a black haft for the spears, just like the Vindictive. Make sure to get these little rivets. And elbow armor here. There's a lot of little. My goodness, there's a lot of little edges in here. Take back everything I said about this being a straightforward model. No, I mean, it's fine. You know, if you're not coming in and, you know, edge highlighting every single armor plate. Come on. Wasn't happy with that edge, so I just licked my finger. I'm just going to wipe that off. One of the benefits of working with very, very thin paint is that it wipes off pretty easy. Pretty easy to course correct. Look at this elbow armor here. Like even on the elbow armor here, there's like a little rivet like right there. And then there's a little indentation right there. And same on this side, but it's so far underneath, we're just going to leave it. And then there's like a midline ridge on this shoulder piece here. I'm just going to kind of pay homage to. I think that's probably good enough. I think the wings are going to cover this, but I'm not certain, so I'm just going to err on the side of caution a little bit. There you go. Kind of make sure to get the finger segments like Space Marines. Fence the comet there. Same thing here, finger segments. Finger segment, finger segment, finger segment. You're just painting knuckles, so. Edge, edge. Kind of top of the hand there. And this little right angle. Very helpful in painting Space Marines. Whatever that script is, just kind of broad highlight on that. Same thing on that sigmarite kind of symbol here. Okay. Looks like I have one leg left. Whoops. I'm using the inch tip there. Go. Rivet, rivet. And then there's a little ridge coming down the center, just a little tiny, very thin, very light highlight on that. Should we get those rivets in there? Okay. Oh, it looks like I forgot. Nope, we're good. All right, that armor looks pretty good. I am really happy with that. I especially love the hawk, the kind of eagle face on the knee. Really happy with the legs. The torso's looking mean, looking strong. Shoulders looking good. Everything's looking good. Armor's looking good. Really, 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 really happy. So, that's it for the armor. We're going to be tackling Yndrasta's face and hair. It's going to be a bit of a challenge. It's a very, very small area to try and work with. So, we're going to do our best. With that, female faces are also a little tricky. Just because they're warmer, you want them to be a little softer, kind of not as hard as, male faces. I haven't really, gotten that kind of balance down yet, but I think this will work well. Only one way to try. So, I'm going to make her, I think, it would be fun to make her kind of a ginger-haired goddess of destruction. So, we're going to be doing, orangish red hair with very, very pale skin. For the skin tone, beige red for the base coat. Come in with a little secret weapon red-black for the shadows. They're going out of business, unfortunately. I should have ordered some more of this, but if this were to run out, I just used the black red from Vallejo Model Color. It's the same color. This is just, I don't have to thin this and do a bunch of stuff. I just slap this on. So it's just kind of an ease of application thing. Salmon Rose is, I think, going to be the main color for the skin. You can see it's a very warm, kind of peachy skin tone. Basic skin tone from Model Color, and then light flesh as well. And then we had the black red to kind of adjust shadows. Also some Vallejo Model Color turquoise for the shadows. And I need to get my Model Color white and, of course, black. Actually, ivory, sorry. Ivory and black for the eyes. Eyes aren't actually white. They're kind of cream colored, so we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And then for the hair, I'm going to use this Kalahari orange, very rusty red for the base color on the hair, little agrax, and then I think I'm going to highlight up with some dark sand, which is a very yellow kind of off-white. So I think that'll work for the hair. Hair, there are infinite shades and infinite designs or palettes for hair in, real life. In a fantasy setting, there's literally endless. So, you can do whatever you want. But I think that'll end up hopefully close to a kind of natural looking reddish ginger hair. So my daughter will probably think it's cool because she also has red hair. So very, very thin base coat of the beige red. And this is a small sculpt. Holy frijoles. Let's adjust the focus here.
Yeah.
Well, okay, and make sure I get an ear. Then what's going on the back of the head here? More the kind of aggressive side part. So cool. I love her hairstyle. I think it's great. Yeah, that looks good. I'm missing a little bit of a connector down here. There's just that black. Back of the ear. There we go. Just looked really disjointed. Now that looks better. Come back here. Just make sure we get a nice, even base coat. Paint's very, very, very thin. I don't want to be whipping this brush around. I do not want to have to repaint parts of the armor. It's nice that the collar kind of around the head is all kind of steel metallics. And so you're going to be very forgiving as far as touch-ups go. Okay, now that that is down, we can come back with the secret weapon. Black, red. Excuse me, red, black. And this is just to get kind of a very warm base to go off of, and also to get the shadows knocked down and in place. There we go. And then while that is drying, you need that to be 100% dry. I will get first coat on this hair here. Now this is a much more saturated orange than where it's going to end up. Oops, gosh darn it. Okay. Okay. That's going to be a bit of a challenge there. Go through that needle. I want to stay away from the armor. If I get it on the collar, if I get it on the metal part, I'm not that worried about it. I really just don't want to get on this armor, especially the parts of the armor that I've airbrushed highlighted. There we go. Now I can see what I'm doing. Okay. The Kalahari orange is going to need a couple coats. Let's get that Vallejo black red. Get a little bit of that. Very, very thin. You really get in with the eyes there, with the mouth. Good. Back of the head here. Okay. Right, let that all dry. Okay. Got that second coat of Kalahari orange on there just to even out the hair. I think it's actually a good choice. Very rusty orange color. Now I'm going to get a little bit of that turquoise. Very, very, very thin. Extremely thin. Like water. And then come in here. Just to kind of the sunken areas of the cheeks, just to give a little contrast. A little bit on the back of the head to contrast there. Even that's kind of too saturated. But you can see kind of on the back of the head now, that's starting to change a little bit of color. Inside of the face there. You know, this is just laying down these kind of early, very, very early steps to kind of block everything into shadows and highlights and things like that. So before we do anything else, I paint the eyes. And this is because I can come back and adjust the eyes if I mess up, which I probably will. Vallejo Model Color Ivory, which is off-white, almost pure white, but not quite. So man, that paint already dried. Crazy. So very, very short up and down stroke. Eyes are ovular. They are not circular when viewed. That was pretty good. Okay, happy with that. And then coming to the other side, I'm going to switch the model around and move side to side. I don't want to poke at the eye. I want to move side to side. So let me see, it's just a mess in there. So get some water, try to mitigate a little bit. Oh man, okay. That's just kind of a mess. Okay. You can see. So one, I'm like relatively happy with, I'm pretty happy with that one. This one is an absolute mess, but here's why I do this at the beginning. So I get some of that beige red, you see in the background, some of that black red. Mix those together into kind of a peach, or not peach, but a plum color. Not thin, not that thin. Get the above the eye to reestablish kind of the top of the eye there. Come in here. Get below the eye. Bridge of the nose. Now, still off. But you can see how I'm able to now come in there we go. Pretty good. Not God, it's Pretty small. But they have to, I mean, you know, it's a tiny model, tiny face, little tiny eyes. I don't know how people do it. Now I'm going to try for pupils. This is going to be more up and down than side to side. Yeah, that does not look great. Well, I don't know. Are they looking the same direction at least? God. God almighty. This is the back and forth here. This is the struggle. This is just the eyes. We still have the whole face to go. So come back with that ivory and get some of the eye back from the pupils. Now we're looking like anime status. Inside of the eye there. Kind of shrink down that pupil a little bit. I mean, better. Still not good. That is way too big. Well, and now you can't even really make out an eye there. I feel like her right eye is probably okay. Just needs a little. Oh, yeah. This is the struggle. Struggle is real. Ah. Yeah, this is looking like hot crapola. Okay. So let's throw like throwing on them now. Big back. Okay, eyes looking the same way. Check. That's the important part. Now, come clean up the nose. Top of the eye. There we go. Now, shape the bottom of the eye there. Oh. Okay. Nervous to do this, but I have to tone down the inside of the nose. Right there. From the inside of the nose. Okay. It kind of looks like a face, right? Ooh. This is block out. This is just pure beige red. We're gonna lighten up. Because right now it's hard to tell with just all that dark black red around the face. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's a somewhat functional face. Nope. There's a reason faces are, hated. This is hard. There's no sugarcoating it. This is hard. Because now I don't like... There we go. And it looks like... the black of the eye is like... And, of course, the more times you go back and you mess with it, the more times you're going to mess it up like that. Can I at least get some water in there and, undo part of that? Okay. Excellent. Excellent. Oh my God. Okay. I had to step away for a second because I was getting frustrated. But came back and it's fine. It's not ideal. They're both looking the same way. It's not perfect, but it's fine. So next thing is to get a little salmon rose on the palette. Mix it. You can see how pink this, oh my gosh, what is going on? Okay. Very, very pink. This is just going to look white on there. Cool. There we go. Mix that with the beige red. Now, eyebrows. Forehead, very, very thin. But it's too thick. So mix with the beige red. Do want gradual highlights here, cheekbones. Traveling down the face here. Ears. And again, this is just with the salmon rose now. Eyebrows. Come through the cheek hair. Get a little bit of this light flesh to mix in here, which is very, very light. Very almost, I mean, essentially white. Mix it in with that salmon rose, a very pink. Nose, forehead, cheekbones. Now it's starting to look like a face here. I am afraid to take a picture of this thing with my iPhone 12, let me tell you. This is going to be rough. Yeah, it doesn't. Just doesn't look great. Just doesn't look great. Need to get some more warmth in there, so I'm going to take a red, Evil Sun Scarlet, thin it way, 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 way down to water, essentially colored water. That's too much. Too saturated. There we go. That's about right. Colored water. It's pulling. It's too much. They're pulling out. This is just adding some pink back into. The downside to that, like, kind of light flesh is that it really is very, very, very pale. So it pulls a lot of the color out as we're looking kind of vampiric. So we want to get a little bit of that warmth back in there. Very thin red. And likewise, man, I'm trying hard to salvage this. Oh, this is not going well. Very, very light on the blue. The turquoise, rather. Very watery. Got some of those. Cold shadows here. Man. Times like these, you question, maybe I could have found a Stormcast helmet somewhere. Maybe that wouldn't have been the end of the world. But it's fine. Very, very, again, very, very thin. This is now beige red, mixed with a little bit of that salmon rose to kind of warm it up, lighten it up. Very, very, very thin. Come back in here. Go over some of these areas. Especially the cheekbones. Highlighting the lips like that kind of make her look like a corpse, which is ideal. Trying to get too cute with the turquoise. I think it's just ruining this whole feel of this model. I need to warm up. Kind of looking like a maintenance. Yeah. I think I grazed the eye on that last, which is just about the last thing I want to do, to be totally honest. Man, this... Deep breaths, deep breaths. Yeah, that eye is fucked again. God damn it. What to do? Looking like Lisbeth Salander from the Danish version. It's a very severe... God! Oh, man, this is not fun. This is not fun painting. This is the fucking opposite of that. This is not fun at all. Sometimes this shit kind of sucks. Not every part of every model is all sunshine and rainbows. Hey, isn't this easy? Yes. I think I'm like reasonably happy with that eye finally. Now I just have to not fuck it up. It'll be the next part in that journey. I mean, yeah, that eye looks better than the last eyes, so that's silver lining. I think the mistake I'm making here is definitely the turquoise. So let's get away from that, shall we? Deepen the shadow on her cheeks. Give her back some definition there. Give her back some warmth. Their lips. And the ears. Along the hairline. Which when we wash that will also come out. Looking pretty drag queeny at this point. Should not, I mean, it's, it's a look, but it's not the look necessarily going for here. Bottom lip. Wow. Just terrible. Just terrible. Yeah, this. Straight up not having a good time now. Man. What a bummer. I'm sorry, you guys. I wish this was a better... I wish this was a better tutorial. But... how it goes sometimes. Cool. All right. It is what it is. I think that's fun. And you just keep going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth till eventually. Jesus. Fucking Christ. Eventually you end up at something resembling a face. I mean, it doesn't look terrible. It doesn't look great. I'm certainly not happy with it, but I think it's good enough for now. I mean, I've spent way too long on it at this point. Agrax Earthshade. Heavy wash. Frustrating too, because like this model was going really smoothly right up until that point. I mean, I think the face looks fine now. The harsh light of, filming. I don't know. I think it looks fine. It's not the end of the world. No, it really looks like shit. But man. While we're waiting for that to dry on the hair, get some dark aluminum, which is kind of a bright silver. And then we'll come in here and touch up the collar. Catch a few pieces of the rest of the armor here. I'm gonna zoom back out. The focus back out, rather. I have an easy way to paint faces, and that is not it. So I apologize. But I think it's important to show mistakes as well as successes and frustrations, as well as just like, oh wow, that was super easy. Because it's not always super easy. Like I did Constantine Valdor yesterday. I was painting him. Day before yesterday. And his face is a kind of a challenging shape. Super easy to paint. Paint it up in no time. Breezed right through it. But for whatever reason, today in this face, obviously a large challenge. So you just can't take it for granted that something's going to be easy to paint. Part of my frustration also stems from the fact that like I'm supposed to be a guy that knows what he's doing, but up to a point. So now we're gonna get that Kalahari. Whoops, got fair. Come on. Kalahari orange back on the palette, and a little bit of this dark sand. Man. Tiny bit of dark sand just to lighten it up just a little bit. And then we're going to go in the direction of the comb over here. Very thin lines. Move further down to the front here. Oops, I got some paint on there. It's all right. A little bit more dark sand into the mix. Line it up a little bit more. Very, very thin lines. Very light, very thin paint, very thin lines. And you can see that hair texture starting to come out. And you want these to overlap a little bit. And the kind of the top of the head here. Those final kind of blonde highlights there. Very, very thin paint, very, very thin lines, like I said. All right, I think that looks all right. I'm going to stop before I ruin... I'm going to stop before I ruin her head there. Well, that was fun. Or not. Just goes to show you it's not all sunshine and rainbows. But at the end of the day, I think she looks fine. I think she looks better in person than she does on camera by maybe a little bit, but it's sad. It's a bummer because I love her armor. I'm really, really happy with like the metallics and how everything's going so far, and then her head is kind of meh. But I do not want to spend any more time with it. I'm over it. It certainly looks good enough. It looks like, a woman. That's good enough for me. So eyes are going in the same direction. They don't look all wonky. I'm fine. It's fine. But I hope you learn something maybe about perseverance. And if not, just sticking with it, kind of going back and forth is just kind of how you get over that hump of this looks like shit. So when we come back, we will do the weapons. And then, we'll be ready to do the base. I think I'm going to leave the pigments probably for last, but I'm going to do the base, and then we can do the enamels and all that super fun stuff. Well, I'm thinking about it, actually. I'm just going to touch up. So I haven't done it yet. Of course. I'm going to take a break after this. Okay. Perseverance. Yndrasta looks fine. Pretty good. Armor looks incredible. So really, really happy with the armor. So anyway, thank you. Thank you for your patience and your perseverance alongside me. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comments below. And when we come back, we'll do the blades, and then tackle the basing. Basing should be pretty straightforward. It's going to be a lot of dry brushing. So thank you again. Thank you for your support. Take care. Paint happy. And, just persevere, push through, and find a point that is, good enough to move on. And that's where we're at with Yndrasta. So
today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be airbrushing the blades and the OSL on her blades, and then there are a couple little gems here that we're also going to hit with the OSL. Then we'll touch up the metallics around that. And then after that, it's really just the wings are going to be the big thing that are left, which we'll tackle in, I think, the next segment. And then it's just the basing and then her cloak, which is an oil wash and enamel spattering and stuff. But the big thing left, obviously, are the iconic, the big wings. So for now, I'm going to show you just in this one real quick, I'm going to show you how I go about airbrushing the blades. Same as the Vindictor tutorial. So I get a piece of saran wrap and I'm just going to cut a little hole in that so I'm not putting too much pressure on the model. Now it will rip just fine. So I just need to get that over the blade there. Come over here, poke another little hole, and get that over the blade and make sure I go down past the gem. Now that I did that, I can just kind of gently collapse this around Yndrasta to protect the model. And then I'm going to get a little bit of Tamiya tape here. Do not need much. And this is just to hold it in place so it doesn't go anywhere. Oops, got a little poke through on our headdress back there. I just want to make sure that nothing's poking out so that it doesn't accidentally get turned orange. We're not going to overspray. We're still going to be careful, just in case, because you never know. But better to be safe. Always better to be safe than sorry with this kind of thing. And then just doing the gem down here. Make sure I get underneath it. And then just fold that over. And that'll be fine. Everything else it looks like is covered here. Except for maybe... So her headdress pieces keep like poking through, which obviously I don't want once I start painting. So I'm just going to get a couple pieces here and just fold those over just to be safe. This takes way less time than, repainting those woods. So now that those are in place, we get Evil Sun Scarlet from GW. This has already been thinned before I put it in the dropper bottle. Clearly I need more Evil Sun Scarlet. Can't have enough of that paint. Great paint. My favorite vibrant red. So just a little... We're going to hit the gem. This is just going to be an all-over base coat, this first pass here. Should that texture up there. Is that paint? I guess so. Like a weird texture up there. It's fine. It's not in a high traffic area, so I don't really care that there was a little bare plastic down there.
Make sure to get a nice even base coat. Then we'll do the gem on the back. And remember, we're going to come back and readjust and just repaint the metallics around that real quick. So not a big deal to be overspraying on the metallics. It's going to take a lot less time to do that than it would to like liquid mask the metallics or something crazy to protect it. So little gem, and then in red, make sure to get the sides. Okay. And then as you can see, nice and easy. Got the two blades. The blades are, you know, going to take a lot of the focus when you look at the model, but once those wings get attached, those really become the focal point. Such as some cool plans for the wings, I think. So I don't think my compressor could be much louder. Now we're going to take Ice Yellow from Vallejo Model Color. And this is where it gets fun. Thin that down with some water. And we're going to hit these gems again. Real light at first. I'm probably going to come through and do this twice. I think there's still... Always test on the hand to make sure everything's kind of functioning properly. There we go. There we go. And then now, we're going to do the blades. So I'm going to put the blades sideways, and you've seen me do this before. We're going to do directional. So the idea is to save myself from having to tape this, I'm just going to spray very shallow angle across the blade. And I'll catch the side, and I'll catch that raised half of the blade there, like so. And then I'll turn it. Do the same thing. On its side, very, very shallow across the top. It's hard to get initially, but it does become a lot easier to do the more that you do it. And I do this pretty often when it comes to like power weapons and stuff like that. I really don't like taking the time to tape and then you gotta wait for this to dry, that to dry. It's not my favorite thing in the world. So I try not to do it. And then here, this is going to be a little weirder angle, but we're still going to try. That looks okay. And then the hot orange, which is the next step. And a lot of this too is just knowing, planning to see what's next, knowing what's coming next. The hot orange is going to obliterate a lot of this. So we just want to get the basics. We want to get the basics down, and then the hot orange is going to negate a lot of that difference, but it's important to get it there. I also wanted to alternate, and this is like a subtle thing, but I really wanted to alternate. You see how the top highlight on the sword is on the inside, on the spear, excuse me.
So the top highlight is on the inside, and then the top highlight is on the outside for the sword. It's a little thing, but it keeps it from getting too kind of matchy. And it just keeps it just mixes it up. So now top highlight is on this edge. So on the other side, it's going to be the bottom highlight. Again, spray super shallow. And that means that this edge is the top highlight. Perfect for our purposes. And then top highlight is on this edge, which means there's this bottom highlight. Okay. And the top highlight on this side. And the little texture is so weird. I don't know what's going on with this side of the blade, but it's bizarre. Hit it with a little yellow. And then, see, I got a little overspray here, so I actually just licked my thumb. Whoa. And I'm just going to rub very gently on the other side of the blade just to get a little bit of that yellow overspray off. Generally a bad idea, and one that I hesitate to do. So I'm just going to stop what I'm doing. I really would rather just have it be less, have a little less contrast there, than risk smudging, everything. So now Vallejo Game Air Hot Orange, which is, I've been using this paint more and more, but super translucent, very translucent. So it's a really good paint to glaze with. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come in on the gem. And this is an overall glaze here on the sword. There we go. So you can see how a lot of the contrast is gone, but not all of it. You can still see how there's a light orange on the right and then a darker on the left. That actually looks really good. I'm actually really happy with that. And it's always important to keep in mind, and I like to remind people, this scheme specifically was developed, thought of, this goal was to be quick and easy and efficient and have a high, that was way too much paint. Holy smokes, airbrush, calm down. And have a high visual impact. That was the goal of this game. So, in that sense, it was I think very successful. And so we're going to let those dry, and then we'll be right back in just a minute to take off the saran wrap and then fix the steel metallic. So we'll be back in just a second. All right, we're back, and now that the paint is, we'll say mostly dry, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this apart carefully, because there are a lot of little spiky extra. Okay, there we go. There are a lot of little spiky bits here. So
Careful not to touch the blades, because just in case the paint isn't 100%, I do not want it to come off. And then for this, I'm just going to come in here with the X-Acto. Gently. Eek. Okay. There we go. Perfect.
All right. Boom.
The Celestial Spear blades looking fierce. Yeah, it's a great scheme. I like this scheme. The wings are gonna add a lot of lightness to the model. Now what I'm gonna do is I want to get those wings painted so I can stop talking about what the wings are gonna do and just show you what the wings are gonna do. Not that one, not that one. There we go. Come back in with the highlight color, which for this is pale burnt metal. It's sickness. So a little pale burnt metal from Vallejo Metal Color. And kind of no fuss, no muss. This is light. Just do a little quick outline there. A little bit on the sides here. God, that's way too light. Okay. It's never too late to turn back. So, when I said pale burnt metal, what I really meant was exhaust manifold, which I think is going to be a much better eyeglass. And just have better coverage in general. And I might even have to hit that with a little wash in the recesses to get that. Whoa, that was close. No, I think it'll be better on the back, I'm sure. There you go. Right. And then coming over to the spear, same things. Using the side of the brush around the gem so I don't accidentally hit the gem. Make sure to get the sides here. Make sure you get the sides here. And use overspray. All right. And then I'm actually going to grab a little bit of Nuln here, because the front of that stored part got a little jacked with that initial pass. So just a little bit of Knoll oil, kind of just around these rivets here, just to redefine the shadow and just kind of tone everything down just a touch, because it got a little high, a little too bright. So tone that down, go around the rivet here, around the rivet there. Same thing on this side, just a little bit. Done. So it just takes a few seconds, but it's really going to help out in the long run. And now pretty much like from her kind of everything is done on her except for the face bothers me. So I might glaze a little. Okay, real quick. What I learned from painting Sisters of Battle, there's too much contrast in her face. So I'm going to grab beige red and the salmon rose, which was really the one that was giving me fits with her skin tone. I've been thinking about this like ever since I was painting Sisters of Battle. And so I'm mixing a little bit of the salmon rose with a little bit of the beige red. Very, very, very thin. I mean, like water status here. And the trick is to lower the contrast on female skin to get it to look smoother and more feminine. So those kind of dark, cold shadows that I had for when I'm painting men really don't work as well at all when painting female faces. This is just a little sanguine highlight from P3. And real thin. I'm going to mix that with some beige red. Very, very thin. And do just a little glaze around the lips. And then pure salmon rose. Cheekbones. Look at that. Looks way better. Way better. And I just brought out the lips a little more. And whoa. A little bit on her. Some awkward, she has a mustache. That looks so much better. Thank you to my friend Mike for the tip on female faces, because you can see without that contrast in there, she looks way better. So that's enough for today. Did the blades, fix the face. That's huge. When we come back, we're going to start in on her wings. And once the wings are done, then it's just the basing. So getting pretty close. The wings are going to take a minute. Not going to lie, there's going to be a little time consuming, but it'll be worth it. They're really the focal point of the model. So when we come back next time, we'll start in on the wings and her cloak, because those will share a lot of elements with the, especially with the oil wash. We are going to be starting in on part 7 of Yndrasta the Celestial Spear tutorial series, and we're going to be tackling really what are the central feature of the model, which are her wings. These are great bits. These are just a great sculptural element to the model.
As the model stands now, she has, obviously her face, focal point, big spear and sword, focal point, and then her wings are going to come in on the back like so. Rah. There we go. And really frame the model. And because she's so dark, the wings I want to be lighter. And so I'm going for and I want them to be like raptor wings. I want to be like, she's a hunter, she's a beast hunter. So I want to kind of raptor wings. So I think what my plan is to go for a kind of owl-like wing, owl-looking wing. So browns with some dark brown, almost black, around the edges. And that is going to be the goal, kind of going from that light inner to a little bit darker outer. And I'll show you what I mean in just a second. So getting started here, first things first. Gonna do a little bit German red brown with Vallejo Model Air, just to get a nice base coat down. So taking it with some air to dry it out so that I can grab it. Okay. All right, so let that dry for a second. All right, now that those are dry, we're going to come in with a little U.S. Desert Armor with Model Air. Ooh. Or choke. Okay. Nice even coat there. Kind of want to spray down a little bit to leave the top of that bottle. Should have definitely been a warning sign. I'm just moving this back and forth to kind of spray out the chunks. There they go. Test it on the arm again. It's spray from the top down. Leave the shadows on the underside of the wings. Feathers. So when you turn it, you can see those. You can see those shadows. So it just helps. So I didn't do as good a job on the other wing, but it's okay. It's not super critical. We are gonna wash, oil wash these. So
Go. Good. Just grab them by the tips, and then just make sure we get the top here. All right. Now we're gonna let that dry. Okay, so that's pretty much dry. And while we're doing that, I'm going to show you kind of what we are going for here. So this is a barn owl, and this is what we're kind of going for. Not like that. There we go. So you see how it's lighter on the interior and then darker towards the tips of the wings. We're going to get that effect. We're going to oil wash it to get really down in the feathers to kind of differentiate all the feathers there. I'm going to do a little bit of fletching on the feathers to get those stripes, which are really an iconic part of the wing on the barn owl. That's a hoodie. And then kind of on the back of the wing, you can see how it's lighter in here, darker towards the tips, and then just dark overall. So when we're looking at Yndrasta's wing, we see those layers of feathers. We're going to try and keep a lighter kind of rim around the interior of the last kind of the longest feathers, but I'm not going to lose my mind. I can always just go in there and do lighter fletching on those to get that effect. And then we're going to make sure that these stay nice and dark. Maybe even give them a little bit of glaze. And then come back in and do all the fletching and everything. So that's the plan. So what I'm going to do now is get a little bit of bloodstone. Bloodstone, or I think armor pound is too red. Earth. Camo pale brown. I think still too red. Where's Earth? Boot tracker, bro. Oh, boot tracker, bar might be, I guess. Cool. I'll tell you what we type. Oh, no, that's right. So this is a camo pale brown from Model Air. And then again, I'm going to try spraying this really shallow to try and preserve some of that light. So, well, kinda. That's not bad. That's not bad. So I just got to do it on the other side here. Whoops. And then again, real shallow here. Move that out of the background. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm happy with that. And then make sure I get that back there. Same thing here now that it's dry. And then same thing on the inside. Darker there. Check my reference image again. So a little bit darker there, and then again a little bit darker on the inside, but then we're also just going to come back and lighten up that interior space as well, because it's really pronounced on the inside of the wing. So a little bit darker there, and then a little bit darker on the outside of the feather. Okay. Now I'm going to come in with silver gray, which I think we also used for the cloak. It has been a little while since I painted this game, so although I have my reference right next to me, I want to make sure this is really thin. I do not want this to splatter. Splatter is an unnatural texture for this application. So, real light here. Just kind of little circles. Build up intensity a little bit. So we've got to work. So this is just like, and then this ends up being a little too smooth. So that's when we'll come in with, so there we go. And that's when we'll come in with the oil wash to really get the individual feathers. And then we'll come in with the fletching. And the fletching will really define everything. So, and you get to that fletching point, that's when it's really going to get really cool. That's a time consuming thing. It's a lot of tiny little lines. So, with that in mind, last little bit of airbrushing, and then we can close out this part of the tutorial, because then we have to let everything dry. Then we're going to varnish it and then oil wash it. Oil wash it before we do the fletching, I think. Get everything nice and defined. So it makes it harder to go back and forth, bro. All right, this is just black, and then we're just going to do this a little bit. Some of the tips there. It's on the larger feathers. Like so. I mean, that looks pretty good. I mean, if you wanted to be, efficient and like I could leave that, like maybe a quick oil wash and like leave that and it would be fine. I'd be happy with that. Because that looks cool. That looks really cool. Get a little. I mean, that looks rad. Either. I mean, you can see how that's going to frame. You can see how that's going to frame the model, right? That looks cool. Really, really, really cool. I'm happy with that. All right. Cool. So, when we come back, I'm going to let that dry. And then when we come back, I will have put a gloss coat of varnish on it. And we'll be ready for a little pin wash, oil wash on the feathers. Wipe that off, let that dry, matte varnish, and then we'll be ready to start it on the fletching. So stay tuned for that when we come back. So thank you. Thanks for following along. If you have any questions, please leave them below so that everybody can see the answer. And we're painting some bird wings, and they're looking pretty good. Pretty good. I'm actually really happy with these so far, because that looks cool. We are working on Yndrasta the Celestial Spear, and we are going to be doing some work on her wings. Now, where we left off, we had just airbrushed the wings, and I told you I was going to, let me get back to my reference pictures here. I told you I was going to gloss varnish and oil wash, and then we get in on the stripes and all that stuff. Change of plans. So what I've decided is that fletching each of these feathers is a little mental, and not something that I'm really interested in doing. Throwback to the original premise of the Stormcast, where they're supposed to be efficient and quick, and painting the feathers like that is the exact opposite of quick and efficient. And I think they look great the way they are. So that's the other part of this. If they hadn't turned out this well with the airbrush, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But they turned out really well. I was able to get that lighter fade on the inner part there. The interior of the wing looks great. It's going to frame the model really well. So I'm not feeling particularly pressed as far as really going above and beyond to do the striping. Unlike I would if, say, like Magnus or maybe a Lord of Change or something like that. A large feathered friend. Like old school, like Carl Franz on a Griffin or a Hippogriff or whatever. Something like that. But for like Yndrasta, for this army, for this project, I think just some... We're going to do the markings. We're going to do the dark markings on the wings like this. Sorry. So we're still going to do these markings and on the interior of the wing as well. We'll do some markings, but I'm not going to do the whole shebang because I don't think it's necessary. I think it's going to look great. Now, the real question here is, I don't want to use black. I'm going to use a black gray is the name of the paint from Vallejo Model Color. That way it's just a little bit desaturated. It's not a pure black because pure black I think would be just too much. And I'm going to dilute it so it's not as opaque. It's a little bit more transparent. And then kind of using these. Now, if you're looking at the wing here, you can see there are kind of these marks in the larger wings. If we use those kind of as a guide and just do some horizontal kind of striping there. Just kind of using this fletching here as a guide. And remember, we don't want this to be perfectly linear. There can be kind of mist spots, and that makes it look more natural. And then on the inner, I'm losing my owls here. I don't think there's too much going on as far as the dark markings on the inner. I can't see that much. It's mostly white. Apparently to stun prey, which is cool. So we're just going to do a few here on the ends of these feathers. And then kind of stop. So we'll do just a few here at the top. And then we're going to leave the rest of those feathers. I don't know. I don't necessarily totally love that, but what's done is done. 100% not going back and doing anything about that. So again, just kind of following that fletching. And this is kind of a trust the process time right now because I'm worried that I may have made a miscalculation, but I think it'll be okay. Couple more interior. And maybe just like the ends of the feathers there. Few ends of a few feathers. There you go. All right. Flip it over. And then on the back side is where there are a lot more markings on the interior feathers as well. So sticking with that theme of going with those little indentations, trying to and then we're going to hit the outside of the second row of feathers here. And get into this third row. Just on the tips of the feathers here. And then just little dots on the feathers there. Sure. I think it's going to be fine. I think the end result is going to be fine. We just have to see it through. We just have to have faith and see it through. So I'm going to do the same thing on the outside of this wing, and then we'll be right back. Okay, now that we've done the same to the outside of this wing. Look. I think it's going to be okay. We just don't have any definition of feathers, which I think is a definite problem. So we fix that problem. Should be okay. Let's try it. So Liquitex Gloss Varnish, my go-to. And I'm using gloss and I'm using varnish because I don't really want the oil wash to affect the color of the feathers. I really just want it to settle in the recesses, and then I'll take it off the recesses with the cotton bud, or with the Q-tip rather, and then get the pin wash that I'm looking for without it staining the acrylic. So by doing the gloss varnish, we're helping to protect the acrylic paint layer that we've already painted from the oil. And lower the surface tension so that the oil will flow easier into the recesses. There's so many recesses on this wing. Like that's not really the issue. The issue is more protecting the coloration of the wing. And there we go. So we're going to let that dry for a few minutes. And when I say a few, I really just mean a few. I am an impatient painter. Those will be cured. Those will be dry enough in like 5 minutes. So I'm also going to hit them with the hair dryer to get them to dry out and cure up a little quicker, because I want to keep filming and I want to get this model. So all right, be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, we're back. You can see nice layer of gloss varnish there. That's going to protect. Now I'm going to take Imperial Fists mix, which is raw umber and burnt sienna mixed of oil. And that's why I have these glass jars, so I don't have to mix these each time. You see, this is kind of a reddish brown. And then we're going to hit all these feathers here. And you can see how much definition that's going to give us on these wings. Make sure to get all those cracks and crevices. And this is really going to let each feather be outlined and give us some nice definition that way. Because right now the only definition we're seeing really is are those gray lines, gray black lines. And that's not doing us any favors. So I'm going to cover each feather. Now this will tint a little bit on those lighter areas, but that's okay. It's not critical that they stay exactly the same color, but most of it's going to come off when we come back with the Q-tip. Most of the oil paint, because of that thick gloss layer, most of that oil is going to come right off. It's just going to sit down there in the crevices and give us a nice definition. That's already looking better with the gray. Already looking better with that definition from the oil. Do the other one. Now we're going to let this dry for a few minutes. Maybe 10 or 15 minutes. Less if it's a little bit warm in this room right now, so once it starts to dry up, I will hit it with the hair dryer to get it to dry faster so that I can keep filming it. So I really, 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 really don't like sitting around waiting for stuff to dry. Typically, what I'll do, this is why I paint in batches, and I have kind of similar models close at hand, which I'll show you. It's too soon for that, I think. Oh yeah, it's too soon. But typically, what I would do if I weren't filming for Patreon. So I have this kind of reddish brown. Oops, I want to get it to dry that way. So I have this reddish brown oil out. And then I think, what else do I use this for? Well, I also use it for robes on the Stormcasts. I use it to get the color of the robe. I need to do all the other detailing first before I start messing with oils on this model. And I need to do the armor and everything, so it's not ready. So I'm not going to do that today. But I'm trying to close out my Stormcast, so that's why I have these models close at hand. But typically what I would do is on Yndrasta's cloak, I would do this oil wash at the same time that I did it on the wings, because I'm going to use the same oil, and this is actually ready for that oil wash. But I'm going to film that, so I'm not going to do that. And then I have a couple more cloaks that, again, aren't quite ready. So I'm going to let this dry. I'm going to let it set up a little bit more before I hit it with the hairdryer, because the hairdryer obviously is going to push air. And by pushing air, it's going to, if it's not set a little bit, it will make streaks, push the oil wash out of the recesses, which is not what we want. So I'm going to let that dry naturally just a little bit longer. Then I'm going to hit with the hairdryer. When I come back, it'll be dry and we'll be ready to remove the oil and then matte varnish, and the wings will be done. So see you in a second. All right, we're back, and these are dry. You can see there's no real, a tiny bit of shininess, at least that's here or there, but not really. Not something I would leave like overnight. I think letting it dry and then getting the hairdryer out is a good way to do it. Artist White Spirit. Q-tip. And now this is going to be important. So what I'm going to do here is we are going to work in the direction that the feathers are falling. That way I'm not picking up oils out of the recesses. And so I'm just moving down. And that way the oils rather will stay in the recesses. The excess White Spirit will activate those oils. So I'm not pressing very hard at all, because I don't want to just rub this Q-tip in the recesses and pick up that oil paint. But I'm just working my way down, and you can see how well defined all those feathers are now. This is what makes oil washes so good. This is what they are very, very good at. And you see, we still have that nice light interior feather, and that looks great. That looks great. Now the gray marks don't stand out quite as much. They're more part of the feather now, integrated. And same thing here. Moving downward. Moving out on these big exterior feathers, but there we go. There it goes. Still a little bit of that light interior there. Then this is looking real nice. This is looking really nice. We'll do the same thing here again. Working on some of those big detached feathers and then start working down. First pass is mainly just kind of get the big chunks and get everything kind of reactivated, and then a little bit more deliberate on this next go round. I think it would have looked better. I gotta be honest with you. I think it would have looked better without the gray on the interior feathers. I think on the exterior feathers, I think the gray looks all right. I still think it would have looked fine. I think it would have looked fine without any markings on the feathers. I think it would have looked really good, and it would have been even faster than this was. So because I think what happened is there's just not enough. There's an imbalance between airbrush work and brush work, where the brush work kind of really stands out. If I had done the fletching, I would have had more fletching to like blend in with the gray. There would have been fletching on the feathers, but as it stands right now, those are the only kind of hard lines. So, and I also, am willing to admit that I think I'll be a little overly critical, because I do think they look good, but I think they would have looked better just if I had just left them. But it's okay. It's fine. So we're gonna let those dry. White Spirit evaporates very quickly, so that's going to go very quick, and then we'll just give them a quick matte varnish, and then I'll hold them up, and we can see how they look on Yndrasta before we finish out the tutorial. So we'll be right back. Okay, so now those are dry. And then you see we just have the gloss varnish there, and I didn't used to do this, but I'm a convert. So a little bit of water in the cup, and then acrylic matte varnish from Vallejo. Because it turns out it doesn't affect the finish at all, it doesn't affect the durability at all. It just makes it a lot easier to spray and easier to clean. Both of which are important distinctions to me. So mix it up. It's still not like thin, but thinner than it would be if I didn't do that. It just makes life easier. Gives you the pretty good spritz. You can see there how matte that goes. Look at that. Easy peasy. Things. So, this. All right, there we go. I'm just hitting it with the air to dry it out. Okay, so now that see. Oh well. Oh well. I am not repainting the wings, so I'm thinking about it. But I'm not going to. It's not I don't love the markings. I think they look okay. But I don't love the brushed marks. It would be better without them. I'm also not repainting these wings. It's just not. It's just not important enough to model, like flat out. I don't anticipate when I play Age of Sigmar. I don't anticipate even playing this faction. But it's always. But I want to finish the box, and it's always good to have. Options. So how does the sea berries? Okay. Okay, that one goes there, and that one goes there. Right? You're gonna call that. Nope, that's not right. Oh man, this is not smart. I'm gonna end up wrecking more of this paint job by trying to do this. Okay, something like that. I mean, she looks fine. It's gonna look fine. Once I figure out how the heck these two are supposed to go together. Do these two go like that, and then it goes on her back, right? Okay. So once I figure out how to do that, actually, God, that's disappointing. What a bummer. I really, really, really like the wings, except for the one distracting things that I don't like. I'm doing this to get some good plastic on plastic connections. Yeah, so like if this had happened with Gobsprack for my Cruel Boys, I would be repainting them. Or if this had happened on the Killaboss for my Cruel Boys, I'd be repainting those. Because that's the army that I see myself playing. That's the army that I would take to like armies on parade or some kind of event or something. These Stormcasts are not it. These Stormcasts are like the force that I have that's opposite my Cruel Boys for, like when my kids want to start gaming or something. But I have them and I want them painted, so. And I like painting them. I do. I'm enjoying painting this one. It's just. In life, time is finite. There we go. That's how the wings go on. Don't mess up. The most important thing I'm trying not to mess up are the swords, the blades. There we go. There she is. See, she looks good. It looks good. Thankfully, they're like scooped enough that you can't really tell that much. They do a good job of framing the model. Looks better from the back. She looks good. The wings look good. I will be the only person that cares. Right? So, those are her wings, such as they are. But they're done. They look good. If you're going to follow this, don't do the things. Just do the plain, just do the airbrushing and then the oil wash, and you'll have some kick-ass looking wings. It looks fine. I'm being overly critical. It looks fine. This is a good looking pair of wings.
So there we have Yndrasta's Wings. Thank you for following along. If you have any questions, please leave it below so that everybody can see the answer. And after I'm done, flagellating myself for screwing up the wings, we will return with the tabard, her cloak, her little cloak deal there. I'm going to show you how I do that, and with all the splatter and the weathering and everything. And then it's finishing up basing. As you see, I have Yndrasta here. You see, I also have a lot of other Stormcasts in the background, and I'll explain that here in a minute. But today we're going to be working on her cloak. And what we're going for is this effect that I have here on the Praetors. This very textural, splattered, dirty cloak. That's the effect that we're going for. So yeah, I like this scheme. This is a great scheme. Anyway, that's what we're going to be doing on hers. That's a good looking model. Now, why, you may be wondering, do I have all of these Stormcasts in the back? And it's a valid question, and I'll just kind of give you a peek into kind of my process as far as working goes and efficiency. These are all the Stormcasts that I have left for my Stormcast. These are everything. So, been concentrating on closing out projects so far this year. So this is an opportunity to kind of close out what I close out my Stormcast project. Once I finish painting these, all the Stormcast Eternals that I own will be painted. So anything I pick up in the future, I can just pick up a box, paint it, add it to an already painted force, which is the brass ring, right? That's the goal. So when I'm working with Yndrasta's cloak, when I got to the point of working with Yndrasta's cloak, all these characters, so these two little Dominion characters and Bastion and the Charioteers all have the same cloaks. Working with oils, working with enamels is kind of messy, and so I just thought, hey, while I'm working on Yndrasta's cloak, because of drying times and things, while I'm working on Yndrasta's cloak, I can work on everybody else's cloak at the same time. I can get all these models up to kind of the same level as far as paint goes. And then I can just and then they'll literally be like OSL and basing away from being finished, which is super exciting. And I also figured out what to do with the little griffs. I couldn't figure out what to do with the little griff hound or the griff chargers for the chariot. What I ended up doing was just keeping it very, very natural and using the same palette as I did for the wings for Yndrasta. So that kind of visually will tie it all together. Same thing for the cloak, the griff cloak on this guy. Exact same palette as the griff chargers and the griff hound. So kind of the same population of griffs, I guess. And then the only thing that'll be left will be Bastion's head, which I will do a tutorial on as well, which I also wanted to film. So by spending a day getting all of these other models up to this level, I can now efficiently move through these last stages of their capes and basing and all of that. So I'm not going to include all of these in the rest of the tutorial series necessarily. I am going to include the capes. The basing I will not include. I'll do her base separate, but the capes, because it's worth watching, and it goes fast and it's fun. So, I mean, how much fun? I mean, that just looks like talk, right? So I'm going to reset. I'm going to clear off the things that I don't need to do with capes, and I'm going to get the things that I need for the capes. But I want to explain why I'm all of a sudden including like 5 other models in this process. And this helps with efficiency. This helps get projects finished.
Even though I just put Yndrasta to the side, for a day, this really makes a big difference. So and then this project will be done, and I'll be super happy. So we'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to get everything kind of lined out and sorted out here. Okay, so now I have everything kind of lined out and organized. Yndrasta, obviously, Bastian Carthalos, who has his hammerhand, has part of his cloak, and then he has a large detached cloak. This makes my life super easy, so thank you, GW. The two charioteers also have these little demi cloaks, these little tiny cloaks, and then the two characters from Dominion, whose names I don't know, but they also have the cloaks. So I'm probably going to stay away from the sleeves, except for like this one. I'm going to splatter up a little bit because there's a little like remaining texture back there, so it's a good opportunity to kind of blend that in and make it go away. Same thing with Bastian. This is covered a lot with the other cloak, so I'm going to do the undercloak, especially on this side. I'm going to do the whole thing anyway. But you can see that is the great model. Anyway. And then, of course, the Yndrasta. So the cool thing is I don't mask the cloaks. The splatter, if it ends up on the armor, it ends up on the armor. I am not worried about it. That is part and parcel with the weathering of the model. So, this is fast and loose and fun. It's a great technique. So first things first, what we're going to do is we're going to do an oil wash. I'm going to use the Imperial Fists mix, I think. So the Imperial Fist mix is just raw umber and burnt sienna. Give it a really good shake. Make sure there's no sediment at the bottom. There are a ton of ton of tutorials about how to make this in the index. You can check them out. So without varnish, by doing this without varnish, it stains the acrylic more. And in this case, that's what I want. I want to tone down the color of the cloak a little bit and give it some of that reddish tint. We're not going to leave it on too long, and we are going to be fairly aggressive in removing it, so it's not going to have a profound effect, but it does have an effect. Versus using like a gloss varnish where that surface tension means it won't affect the underlying acrylic that much. So by doing this without varnish, we're helping the oil behave in a little bit different way. And that's a decision that we can make to get some different kind of performances out of the same material, out of the same product. And this is pretty thin. Like this does not need to be a thick, it just needs to kind of sit in the folds a little bit and define those folds a little bit. Especially the deep folds in the cloak. But it's important to obviously do the whole thing, especially without the varnish. Like those little lines and the little kind of inset designs and stuff, those will all be brought out more. So that's just what, oils do. They settle in those crevices, which is fine. I'm not going in and painting those, gold or something like that. Another, kind of defining thing about this game. So because these are oils and because of the nature of oils and paper, I try to have a little plastic container sitting around So any pieces like this that have oil paint on them or enamels on them, I put them on the plastic so that as the oil dries, it doesn't adhere to the paper, because that will absolutely happen. And then you have these paper fuzzies on your model, and it's just not great. So we'll get that part. And we just want to be a little careful because the rest of the model is not varnished. So this is a great model. I can't wait to paint his head. He's going to be the headless wonder for a minute. Because that's the only part of him. Because I want to film it. Gonna paint dark skin. I want to have another dark skin tutorial up there. The OSL on his eyes, his beard. Like, it's just a really great part of model to do a tutorial on for him. I like this model a lot too. I kind of hemmed and hawed about the color to paint the helmet. Most of the helmets in that was I just went into like pin washing mode there for a second. So I'm just gonna get some it's not a big deal. You can fix it. But I just went into pin washing mode there for a second on the knee. Let's get the focus fixed here. And so I have just some plain white spirit, bottom right corner. Get the brush kind of clean there. And then the capillary action will pick up that oil into the bristles on the brush. Now, we'll probably leave a little bit of tint there, but it will be pretty imperceptible. I don't expect it to affect the final outcome. I need to do that. I want those to stay light, though. Those are like parchment. So I'm trying not to get oil on the parchment itself. But as I was saying, most of like the scheme calls for black helmets. She's kind of a different kind of wizard type character. I don't know AOS that well, and I certainly don't know Stormcast that well. So I don't remember exactly what her role is or what she's called. But I was thinking of doing like a silver helmet or a white helmet, I think was my original idea. But that just stood out like way too much. It just didn't work. It just didn't work with the scene. See, now I'm taking the brush and going back and just picking up some of this extra wash that was pooling, because I don't really want it to pool like that. So I just went back and picked some of it up, and then we move on. So, and this is the other idea. By the time that I'm done doing this wash on these other 5 characters, I will be ready to go back and remove the wash from the Yndrasta. It'll be dry. So I don't have to do the hairdryer trick. I don't have to sit around and wait for things to dry, which is my least favorite thing to do in miniature painting, is sit here and watch paint dry. So that's why it's nice to have a diverse group of models ready to go. Or batch ready to go. That's why when I do airbrushing, base coats, sometimes I'll grab models, and base coat them and then just leave them on the shelf just in case. I'm going to do the feathers here as well, which I almost forgot about. Probably should have gloss varnished these like I did on the wings, but it doesn't matter that much. If these are a little different color, that's fine. I'm not trying to like color match them necessarily to the wings. They're already the same palette. So, which like they're the same tone, they're the same browns. So if they just look a little different because They got an oil wash without varnish versus the wings, which, if you remember, got that heavy gloss varnish. That's fine. Not a big deal. In the natural world, there's going to be a lot of variation. So, but this guy has a lot of little cloaks and robes and stuff. This guy's cool. I liked him. All right. Got him done. There you go. The charioteer with the X. This chariot's just cool. I'm for sure gonna do a second one at some point. It's just a great kit. Part of me was like waiting to pick up a second one before I painted this one, but you know, it just wasn't happening. So I said, I'm just gonna close out the Stormcast project, and then if I want another chariot, I can just grab a chariot kit, paint it up, add it to the forest, and not worry about it. So I did the white helmet on the sorceress, and it just stood out way too much. I did a black helmet, and it just didn't really stand out enough. But I think the green helmet, sorry, getting back to that conversation, I think the green helmet is a look. It's definitely a look, and I think it works for her. So happy that that's where I ended up. And then for the charioteers, they're a little different. I did like a silver face mask on the helmet, which I think looks cool. Kind of giving off, gladiator movie vibes a little bit with those. It just kind of makes them a little sleeker, a little faster, I guess, a little different. So just playing around within the color scheme. So now this is dry that you can see here. That little area right there might be a little wet, but we're going to continue anyway. A little bit of white spirit in the cap because I'm not doing that much work. I don't need like a salsa cup or anything. And then just a Q-tip. And we're going to pull down to go with the direction of the cape. So any streaking or anything that happens is going in the same direction. Gently pulling the oil off the surface. This definitely doesn't have to be perfect because we're about to just grunge up this whole deal. But you can see how now it's kind of settled in the recesses. That is a little bit much down in there. And all that stuff. There we go. Go over here. Under there. Look. There we go. That's good. Maybe a little bit under here. But other than that, that's just the extent of you can see these cloaks. I don't know if it comes across from like the previous color. If you remember the previous color of these cloaks, it is darker. It's more of like a stained, more like a coffee stained parchment color than the kind of ivory that it was before. I do the same thing for Black Templar shoulder pads. I do the same thing for this is a trick I use on a number of different effects to get that staining. There we go. That looks good. So I'm going to remove the oils from the rest of these characters. And then when we come back, we're going to do some splatter, which will be super fun. So we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Everything's nice and dry. And now we're going to move on to the super fun part, which is doing the enamel splattering. And what I'm going to be using for that are AK enamels. I have Slimy Grime Light. You can also use MIG. Or you can do this with Vallejo acrylics. You can do it with acrylic paint, really. But I like the enamels. Their color, their finish, the intensity of it, I guess, a little bit transparent. So they just work really well for this. Slimy Grime Light, Slimy Grime Dark is two different kind of greens. And then Track Wash and Streaking Grime, which are very similar. So I'm probably just going to use one. Hang on, I'm missing one. Please. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. So it wasn't. So Track Wash is because it's like, wow, those are really similar. I remember using something else. It was Streaking Grime for DAK for Africa Core vehicles, which is more of a gray. So I have a nice spread of different colors. Shake these up. And then I have a metal tin here. And what I'm going to do, I just need a tiny bit of these. A little is going to go a very, very long ways. And Streaking Grime. There you go. Not enamels. I'm going to take a little white spirit. And I'm just going to drop this right in the middle here. Just a little, don't need much. I'm going to use that to thin some of the enamels. And then I will also need my airbrush. More sheet vignette. So this is at about 30 psi. It's 35. Probably too high. Maybe 25. That was better. And then synthetic brush, long bristle, kind of a long bristle synthetic brush. You want it to have a little bit of give, a little bit of snap to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load up the brush with, and I'll do it just on paper here to show you first, with a little bit of thin down, like that was the Slimy Grime Light. And then I'm going to hit with the air, and that's going to give me that splatter effect. A little bit of, this is a Streaking Grime. This is Slimy Grime Dark. You get the idea. So that's what's going to give me that splatter effect. And then we're just going to work our way around the cloak, really, with different colors, different distances from the model will give me different spray patterns. Let's get in there a little bit more. I'll fix the focus. There we go. And then I can just come and get a little bit of that streak and grime, a little bit of the gray. Kind of angled towards the lower part there. And then a little bit of that's less exciting. Where it's just, so that's, I'm holding it too close. So I can just dab that off like so. That's me holding it too close, so I can go back, get a little bit more, and move further away. That's a little better. So a lot of breath. If you want a little bit more green, there we go. Lay the model down so I can get underneath here. And when this dries, I'll be able to paint right over it on like the surrounding basing and stuff like that. So I think that's pretty good. I think that's a lot of grunge. Kind of clean. We can use the white spirit to paint off the brush a little bit too. Come and get a little bit, maybe a little bit more brown on the underside so it's not just green. Oh, that wasn't much, but we're gonna leave this. So now when it comes to a model like Bastion, I'm not gonna splatter up here. So that part of the cloak I'm gonna keep pretty clean. But we can lay that model down. We get a little bit of the oh, come on. Then now I'm gonna start moving a little bit faster now that we worked through one. And you'll find some of these spray a little bit better than others. That streaking grime is being really kind of aggressive, so I need to be a little bit further away. The slimy grime dark is spraying really well right now. Some of these are just kind of, temperamental. You have to figure out kind of how, do I want more in the brush? Do I want less? This gray is really cool, so I'm going to use a little bit more of that because I really like it. And I think it's a nice desaturated kind of effect that it gets going on there. Clear out the brush, a little bit of that. I'm going to thin down the streaking grime a little bit, and I'm going to take some off the brush before I spray. That's a little better. Still a little close to the model there. I move back from the model. I get a little bit more spray pattern like that. But you have to be careful because the air from the airbrush, will move. Like if I just started, going in with air, it'll move around the enamels before it dries and give you some streaking, which is not necessarily what we want. So going in upside down, kind of going to spray underneath here with brown to just give that a little bit more flavor down there. And now we can see a little bit more texture. And of course, now we're getting very much closer to, wow, there's a layer of green on there. I feel like I pulled up a little short on these, kind of It needs a little bit more of the slimy grime light. Definitely over to Carousel. So the ivory is really just the base for the scheme, the main part of the scheme, which is the. There's just some more slimy grime wall in there. I don't know. Fits well with the greens, the rest of the theme. Gonna go a little bit heavier on that. No problem. I like it. I like it. Picasso. Now we're gonna do the big cape. Go. Oh, we're gonna put that up against something. That's I'm gonna push that around the table. That right, slowing down light. Nice and heavy, especially this is the outer cloak. So this is gonna get more kind of grime. A lot of that's going to be on his back, so. Nope. Good. And this is a very, like, this is not for everybody. This is a very specific kind of instance for this cloak. This will work really well for, like, Eliminator cloaks for Space Marines. This would be a cool... I'm just going to hit it with a little bit of air now that everything's pretty much dry, so that it doesn't stick to the table. This would be cool for Eliminator cloaks to do in kind of a splash. It's not even really a camo pattern. It's just kind of splashed up grime and grit. But it has to be kind of an organic pattern because there's nothing to do after this. This is the end of this scheme, this exercise on the cloak, right? Like, there's no painting over it. There's no highlighting it or anything like that. I mean, it seems obvious, but you're done after you do something like this. You're done with that particular... Ooh, that gray came out in a flood. Okay. A little bit of the brown, just kind of balance it out because it's a lot of gray and green with that warm brown in there. Look at that. That looks nice. I like that. That looks cool. That looks cool. Bastian Karstamen. What about us? Oh, hey, easy. Maybe just a little, I lied. Maybe just a little dude on there for, well, yeah. All right, so I'm going to go through and I'm going to finish doing the enamel spritz on the rest of the Stormcasts. But you can see here what a difference I make. It gives a textural element. It's a really nice counterpoint, especially with the even kind of swords. So it's just interesting and it's fun. And it's an easy way to do it. And it's unique, and I love it. So when we come back with the Yndrasta, we're going to do the base, and the model will be done. As you can see, I've already done a little bit of work on this base and on the rest of the bases for the other Stormcast that I was working on. This is, again, one of my efficiencies, as I say. I'll just do all the bases at once, pin them all, etc., etc. As far as her base itself, I'm not going to do a full tutorial on the base. I did a full tutorial on the Killaboss on Great Gnashtooth, or Killaboss on Gnashtooth, the other Cruel Boys character, the big one. I'm going to link that below because it's the exact same. I'm going to do I'm going to do everything on this base the exact same way I did that base, so I don't need to film a second tutorial. What will be different is this big tree back here. So I'm going to do a little bit of the tree and show you how I'm going to approach that. And then I'm going to finish the rest of the base, the rest of the basing off camera, because it's just literally the exact same tutorial. And it's very straightforward. It's just a blue tone and a purple wash, kind of splotchy over the rock, dry brush with Vallejo Monocolor Pale Blue, paint the moss with this same green uniform base from AK, and then I get a little bit of enamel out and I do a little bit of green on the stone for the moss, and that's really about it. I'll have to paint that skull in there, and then it'll be done. So it's very, very straightforward. It's the exact same tutorial, and then I do a heavy pigment wash over the rocks and stuff on the base. That's it. But it's literally the exact same content. So what I'm going to do now for the tree, though, it's brown. I want it to stay brown. I don't want to draw a lot of attention to it. One of the reasons I like using these AK figure is they're super matte, and they have this nice very natural tones. They're not gonna stand out as like super bright fantasy tones. So I want to slow down. I want to water these down, get it nice and thin. That was a little too thin, so I'm going to add a little bit more of the green uniform base. There we go. And then coming in on Yndrasta, let's fix the focus here. Oh, there's a little death squirrel back there. But this is just going to be very, very watered down. The tree is just the same base as the basing, which is a US olive drab. Is that color, also from AK. But any kind of brownish green olive drab type would work. So this is almost like a wash, almost like a little wash kind of filter look. It's going to flow in the recesses and give just kind of a mossy tree feel to the whole thing when it dries. Right, so I don't know if you can really catch the green there a little bit better. And I'm going to mute this, so I'm going to get the hairdryer. Well, just give me 1 second. Okay. See a little bit of that kind of green in there. Then I'm going to come in with the lighter Russian uniform. I think it's called Russian uniform highlight. And kind of what I can do here is just get a like a damp Q-tip, like a wet Q-tip, and kind of dab, because I don't want those water lines. I don't want those hard lines there. And instead of using my finger, which could rub other paint off, I can just come in with the Q-tip, and it's much gentler than using my finger. Kind of has its own little texture as well. And it's important to get, like, you know, some character on her base, but I don't want it to detract. I don't want it to detract from the model at all. I'm not going all out on the tree. That's going to be it. And then I can come in with the moss. Excuse me, jeez. When I paint the kind of hanging moss, is it? You know, there's a specific term. I think it's moss. I'm gonna go with moss. I was just using that green uniform base with no thinning. And then just painting those. I'll do the same thing on the stone after I paint the stone and dry brush the stone. This is in the other tutorial as well. But first things first, I have to paint the stone, of course, because the dry brushing would ruin any work that I'll be doing on that. There you go. So you got a little bit of tree. And it looks good. I mean, it looks fine. I like it. I like the little green elements there. It looks fine. I'm not going to dry brush it. I'm not going to do anything to her. I'm just going to leave it how it is. And then paint the base. And Yndrasta will be done. So thank you. Thank you for your support. I hope you enjoyed the tutorial. If you want to see how I painted the rest of her base, please go check out the Killaboss on Natch tutorial that I've linked in the description below. That will show you exactly how I did the base. It's the exact same thing. The only difference being I'm probably going to throw a couple tufts on her base. But other than that, the stone and the enamel work and the pigment work are all the exact same. And that's done intentionally because I want these two forces bases to match. Because they're painted at the same time, they're from the same box. And I think it looks cool. So that's why. But again, thank you. Thank you for your support. Thanks for following along. I know there's a long break in between tutorial series on this one, but if you go back to like the topic index or the topic index, then you'll see all of these bunched together, right? They'll all be under Yndrasta. So that's where you can find all the other tutorials. So thank you again. Take care. Be well. And Emperor protects.